Hello, Jana. It's Barry Arrington. Just calling to do a sound check.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
You sound good.
Okay. Do we have plaintiff's counsel on yet?
Looks like Steve.
Steve, I was going to ask your client to see if he could do a sound check before we get started.
Actually, Charlie's going to be defending.
Dial in.
Take a call.
If that's okay, man. I'm not ending. If he's just asking to do a.
Oh,
Sean, you're not on mute. Sean, you're not on mute.
okay, sorry.
Steve, if you just, this is not part of the deposition. If you would just ask your client to do a sound check before we get started, that would be great.
Sure, you bet.
Check 1, 2, 3. Sound check.
Sounds good, Eric.
Jana, can you hear me?
I can, Charlie, thank you.
Morning, Barry. How are you?
Morning, Charlie. I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
Good. Before we go on the record, Barry, I anticipate if there's any issues on the scope of the deposition, it's probably going to be the only thing that we may disagree on. But my plan was if I thought we were too far afield from the court order, I would just simply say scope or make a scope objection, and that would be an instruction to Dr. Coomer that he's not to respond to that particular question.
Okay, I understood. Are you ready, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready, Dr. Coomer?
Yep.
Okay, Janet.
If I could just put a couple of things on the record or off the record, just a reminder that there is a transmission delay so that when two people speak at once, it pretty much obliterates both speakers. It looks like I'm going to be able to see who's speaking, except for maybe if there are objections that come in rather quickly, then it would probably help me if you would speak your name at first and then your objection. At the end, I'll ask for your orders, and and then you could let me know if people don't share, I will reduce the rates and make it fair to both of us. So I'm not looking to get wealthy off of this.
This is Blaine Kimmery for OAN and Chanel Rion. Mr. Kane and Mr. Arrington, can we get the stipulation that you just made on the record? Just because I want the record to be clear that when Mr. Coomer is being instructed not to answer, he's being instructed not to answer.
Understood. And
Yeah, I think, I'm sorry, go ahead, Barry.
understood, and we will put that on the record. And I anticipate that every time that objection is made, I will respond by asking Dr. Coomer if he understands he's been instructed not to answer the question and if he intends to follow that instruction.
Perfect.
Okay, Janet, on the record.
Okay. So will counsel please stipulate that the court reporter is authorized to administer the oath remotely, that no objection to admissibility of the deposition will be made based on validity of the oath, and that Mr. Coomer is who he says he is, so that I may swear him in remotely.
So stipulated on behalf of Ms. Powell and Powell PC.
Plaintiff stipulates as well.
And since there's so many people involved here, what's typically happened in the past, Jenna, is you ask if anyone doesn't stipulate, and if not everybody's, if no one says anything, you can take that as unanimous stipulation. Does anybody object to that stipulation? Okay.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for appearing this morning, Dr. Coomer. If you could please just state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Eric Coomer, Salida, Colorado.
And before we get started, we're going to make a couple of things for the record. One of the things that we've all been doing in all of these depositions is that an objection by one party will be counted as an objection by all parties. The other stipulation is that Mr. Kane is going to perhaps make some scope of objections. And Mr. Kane, if you would like to state what that you mean by that.
Yeah, let me explain. Just for ease here, if I make an objection as to the scope of the question, or the question is seeking privileged information. So if I say scope or privileged, that is an instruction by me to Dr. Coomer to not respond to that question because it would exceed the court's order of September 7th with respect to this deposition. So just to reiterate, if I say scope, that's an instruction to Dr. Coomer to not respond to that question because it's outside the scope of the order.
Okay. And so stipulated. And the other thing that I would like to clarify is
Recording in progress.
Mr. Rogers, I think Mr. Rogers, can you move, please? Okay, thank you. So the other thing is that I anticipate you'll be making preservation objections as well, and the witness will, unless you instruct him not to answer, will after you've made your preservation objection, answer.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So let's get started. Dr. Coomer, typically at the start of a deposition, we make a record in terms of your capacity to participate in the objection today. One of the things that has come to light is that you have in the past struggled with substances, and I wanted to know if you are in fact under the influence of any substance today.
No, I'm not.
Okay. When is the last time that you ingested cocaine?
Objection. Don't respond to that question.
Okay. When is the last time you used heroin?
Objection. Don't respond to that question.
When's the last time you used any mind-altering substance that might affect your ability to answer questions and capacity today?
Same objection. Don't answer that question. He's indicated he's not under the influence of any substance.
I'm going to share my screen, and I have put up what we're going to mark as exhibit P. What's the next one? I think it's 18, isn't it, Jana? P18. This could be marked.
Yes.
Exhibit
Yes.
P18. Yeah, thank you. P18. This is a New York Times Magazine article entitled "He Was the Perfect Villain for Voting Conspiracists." Have you seen this article before, Dr. Coomer?
Yes, I have.
Have you read it?
Yes, I have.
When's the last time you read it?
Within the last week.
Within the last week. Do you consider yourself familiar with its contents then?
I gave the interview. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go through this. It's going to be a fairly tedious exercise, but we're going to go through several sections of it and state if you said that to this reporter. It says in the very first paragraph, very first line, that it was already late on November 9th. I presume that's November 9th, 2020. Is that correct?
Correct.
When Eric Coomer, then the director of product strategy and security for Dominion Voting Systems, left his temporary office on Dealey Plaza in Chicago and headed back to the hotel. So you went to the hotel in Chicago on November 9th, 2020, correct?
Scope.
Beg your pardon?
Scope.
Okay, so are you going to have a scope objection for each of the times that we say something about this article, Charles?
No, I think the order says, as it relates to public statements, plaintiff's prior public statements that certain Facebook posts were fabricated. And so those questions don't relate to the fabrication of Facebook posts.
Were you present at the hearing last Friday at the status conference when the court specifically stated that I was entitled to inquire about this article?
I'm reading her order.
Okay, that's not the question I asked. Are you denying that last Friday, when you were sitting right there in front of her, she said that I would have the right to inquire about this article?
I'm not denying or confirming anything. I'm just
Okay,
reading
we'll call
her
the
order.
court right now. Off the record. Are we off the record, Jenna?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Hey, Jana, are you keeping track of time or who's keeping track of time?
Yes, we went off at 11:40.
I need the number for the courtroom clerk.
Mr. Arrington, is this being recorded both by audio and video?
Jenna, my understanding is that this is being recorded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So my
I'm not-
standard, go ahead.
I'm not putting it on the written record now.
I'm sorry?
I am not on the written record right now until you tell me to come back on.
Understood. So we're trying to get in touch with the court, and we won't begin until that happens. It might be a while.
Dr. Coomer, you can take yourself off the screen and mute your audio.
Charles, I don't understand. You were there when she said that I could inquire about this. Why?
I don't recall her statement on that, Barry. If I don't have a transcript on it, I can look at it if you have it handy.
Okay,
If
that's the
you're
game
saying
we play.
if you're saying she expanded the scope during the course of the hearing, I don't remember that being the case.
Does anybody else, am I in la land here? Does anybody else remember her specifically saying I could inquire about the New York Times article?
Yes.
Yes.
And so, I mean, are you saying that all the counselors that are sitting here today, well, let me say this. Is there anyone here besides Mr. Kane who does not recall that the court said specifically last Friday that I was entitled to inquire about the New York Times article?
Well, in the article, Barry, he addresses the Facebook posts, and you're certainly entitled to go into that. I don't dispute that. But the article itself has many things in it that are outside of those topics, or that particular topic that's the subject of the order. So I don't dispute that you have the right to ask him about the article. I do dispute that you have the right to conduct a full deposition, which we certainly haven't prepared him for, as to all of the facts in the article that are outside of the court's order.
Well, you should have
That's all.
prepared him for this, for a deposition that I said on the record last Friday that I intended to ask him about the New York Times article and whether he said the things that he is reported to have said. And the judge says, sure, you can inquire about each of those things. And I'm not addressing this to you, Mr. Kane, you've already spoken. Does anyone else on this Zoom call dispute that that's what the judge said?
I would only make a record, or for my purposes, this is Gordon Queenan. I remember you asking if you could inquire into the article, and the judge basically indicated that that was acceptable, but I don't specifically remember what she said.
Okay.
That's my recollection.
And I don't have a problem, I guess, Barry, if it gets it off a high center, to have you confirm the quotes in the article, if he said that quote and if they're accurate, but not as a jumping off point for, general discovery.
Okay, that's on that basis. I was actually about to call the court. We'll go forward.
I mean, if you just want to, if he's quoted in it, and you want him to confirm under oath that that's the statement he made or gave, that's fine. I think that's, beyond the Facebook post fabrication comment in the order, but if that'll help get us off of, the stall, that's fine.
Charlie, can I ask a point of clarification? It's Gordon again, sorry. So in reading the article, it looks like there's certain things that are direct quotes from Dr. Coomer, and then there are certain things where it's told in a sort of narrative style, but the information could only have come from Dr. Coomer, or it was invented by the New York Times. Are you taking issue with questions about things where Dr. Coomer clearly, or it looks like Dr. Coomer clearly gave information to the reporter, and the reporter just didn't put it in quote format, but put it in a narrative format to engage the audience? I mean, that seems like a pretty fine distinction to walk.
No, I'm not trying to draw that distinction necessarily. I don't know where the reporter, as I understood it, spoke to a number of individuals in preparing this particular article. So I don't want Dr. Coomer to try to get into the mind of the reporter and where the information came from. And I think the order's clear that it's still limited to the issue of the Facebook posts and whether they were fabricated or not, because that's what it says in black and white. But to help Barry, I thought, well, if he's quoted, I think it's fair for him just to say if he was accurately quoted, and if that's what he stated to the Times.
So, Jenna, are you ready to go back on the record?
I am.
Okay, back on the record. Dr. Coomer, can you see Exhibit P18?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and the first line, the first sentence there, I've already read. So you told the New York Times reporter that on November 9th, you were in Chicago and went to your hotel.
Yes.
And
Barry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just to clarify the record, I was able to find your statement. Well, someone on my staff did. And our off the record discussion was about the fact that I was fine with you asking Dr. Coomer if he made the statements that are attributed to him in the New York Times article. What you said to the court.
okay, back off the record, Jana. I'm not going to have Mr. Kane waste my time.
I'll give you back this comment. I'm not trying to waste your time. You can have whatever the minute it is that I'm talking. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Okay, so just credit this to me, not you. And I think it's consistent with kind of both of what we were saying. So you said, since the New York Times article, we agree with counsel that the article is absolutely critical in this case. And I intend at the deposition next Thursday to ask a simple question to Mr. Coomer, Dr. Coomer, rather, I apologize. Did he say the things that are attributed to him in this New York Times article? And he can either state that he stated it or he didn't, but I don't see why we should not be able to ask that. And then the court said, yeah, I haven't put any limit on your ability to get that information. And you say, thank you, Your Honor. So I think that's consistent with what we're talking about, confirming whether he told the New York Times that information. So I think we're on the same page, and you can have whatever time I just took back credited to you.
Okay, we're in the third paragraph. It highlighted some information. It begins with prone to profanities. Did you tell the New York Times reporter that you were prone to profanities with a sense of humor that could have blunt force?
No, that's not a quote from me.
Okay. Did you tell the New York Times reporter you travel around the world for competitive endurance bike races?
Yes, we did discuss that.
Did you tell the New York Times reporter that you have full sleeve tattoos, one of Francis Bacon's screaming popes and some Picasso bulls, and half-inch holes in your ears where you once wore what were known as plugs?
I discussed my tattoos. I don't recall discussing my piercings.
Okay. Is that in fact true, that you have?
That I have piercings?
Excuse me. You got to allow me to finish my questions. Is it in fact true that you have full sleeve tattoos and half-inch holes in your ears where you once wore plugs?
I have many tattoos. I'd have to actually measure the current diameter of the holes in my ears.
So let me go.
But they're about a half-inch.
Okay. So you watched, let's go back to the next paragraph and then the next one. It says the video watched in your hotel room. So did you tell that the New York Times, or we'll call him the Times reporter, that you watched a video in your hotel room on November 9th of Mr. Altman, or actually Joe Otto at the time?
Yes, to the best of my recollection, yes, that's the timeline we're talking about.
And when you were watching this video on November 9th, about 11 minutes, did you tell the Times reporter that about 11 minutes in, you heard Altman say your name? The conversation will be about a man named Eric Coomer, and he spelled it out.
No, I don't believe I said that to the reporter. I believe that she watched the video herself and gave those timestamps and quotes.
Okay. Did you in fact watch the video on November 9th and hear your name?
Yes.
We're on page 2 now. You remember, and again on November 9th, watching this video in your hotel room, and where Max McGuire read from an anonymous open letter that explained that while there was no formal organization known as Antifa, the idea of public associates with it are worth supporting. The ideas the public associates with it, rather, are worth supporting.
Can you repeat that question?
Okay. Do you remember on November 9th, 2020, hearing on this video you were watching, Max McGuire read from an anonymous open letter that explained that while there was no formal organization known as Antifa, the ideas the public associates with it are worth supporting.
I don't remember that exact quote coming from Mr. McGuire. I do have a vague recollection that they were going through various private posts of mine, one of which was a satirical Antifa manifesto, in quotes.
What does satirical mean?
Tongue in cheek, not serious.
Okay. I put up what's going to be marked as Exhibit P23. And I'm on page 9 of P23. Is this your Facebook post, Mr. Coomer or Dr. Coomer?
It's a repost that I made on my private Facebook, yes.
Okay.
I did not author this. I reposted it.
Okay. Which part of it is tongue in cheek?
All of it.
All of it? Okay. So let's go back to satirical. I've got a dictionary.com there. I've asked it for a definition of satirical. It's the use of irony, sarcasm, ridicule, or the like in exposing, denouncing, or deriding vice, folly, etc. Can we use that as a working definition of satirical?
Form.
It's one of, I'm not going to, there are a lot of other definitions in there. Dictionary.com is not the definitive source on definitions of terms.
Okay, so do you dispute that this is what you were using the word satirical to mean?
It's part of, I wouldn't say it encompasses all of it, no.
Okay, so what is, let's go back to, let's see what dictionary.com says tongue in cheek means. It has one. No, it's not going to give us one. Whimsical. How about whimsical, joking, humorous, jocular? Is that what you meant?
Again, those are multiple terms. I'll pick out sarcastic, satirical, flippant, ironic, irreverent, blithe, sure.
Okay.
Dry, farcical.
Okay. So tell me which of those terms apply to this document.
Um,
What in it is ironic, farcical, whimsical?
So, from my best recollection, this anonymous letter was posted the day after the current FBI released a statement saying that there was no such thing as an organized group called Antifa. So it's clear when it says, let us be perfectly clear, Antifa isn't an organization. There are no membership, no meetings, no dues, no rules. And then it goes on to then describe rules and leaders and structure. That in itself is a contradiction, which to me is satirical, tongue-in-cheek, irreverent, and trying to make a statement through that sarcasm.
Okay, so you think the article as a whole is satirical. Are there any particular statements in the article, other than the ones that you've already mentioned, that you believe are ironic, or not serious, tongue-in-cheek, whimsical?
I'd have to reread the entire article, which if you want me to do that right now, I guess I can, but I would say on the whole, the document stands in and of itself as a satirical, sarcastic post.
Off the record, we'll let you read this on your own time. When you're ready for me to flip down the page, we will go. Go ahead.
What, I'm sorry, you're asking to go off the record?
We're off the record. I'm not going to let him waste my time while he reads the document word for word.
No, I don't agree to that. I don't think he's wasting your time. And we're going to do that on the record if we're going to do any review of documents. So I don't agree with this.
Okay, we're going off the record, and I'm going to ask him to read this document.
No, I don't agree to that. I've done, we've done this throughout all of the depositions, and I'm not going to have him study up on a particular document off the record.
No. You in other depositions, when someone has said that they needed to read an entire document, you and Mr. Scarnelius have said, okay, we'll go off the record and you can read that document on a break. And now you're not giving me the same courtesy, Mr. Kane. And so for the record,
not being
we're
discourteous.
going to have to reschedule this deposition because of this. But if you're, I'm going to make a record. I have missed the witness has said he needs to read an entire single-spaced 4-page document before he can make any comments about it. And Mr. Kane is insisting that he do that on the record, knowing that I have 1 hour.
No. Hey, I made my statements on this. I said, as a whole, I view that entire document as satirical. I don't have to parse every single sentence. Don't need to. I view the entire document as satirical.
And so
there you have it. That's your answer.
I get to ask the questions, Dr. Coomer. And one of the questions I'm going to ask is which of these things in there specifically are whimsical, farcical, tongue-in-cheek. And you said you needed to read the entire document before you could do that. And
Every
so,
single line.
Every single line. Okay, a 4-page single-spaced document before he can answer my question, which will probably take up the rest of my deposition time. And so, Mr. Kane insists that he do that and take up the rest of my deposition time reading this paper. And so, if you're going to insist that they do that in my time, I'm going to make a record of it, and then we'll come back after the court says you're being ridiculous. Is that what you're going to insist on him doing, Mr. Kane?
I'm not going to argue with you. If there's something specific in this document that you want him to comment on, then show it to him.
That's
he
show it to him. I asked him a question. What specific in this document is whimsical, farcical, tongue-in-cheek? And he said he had to read the entire document in order to tell me.
You can do what you want, Barry. I'd suggest you go on the record and ask your questions.
Okay. If I can do what I want, we'll go off the record while he does what he needs to do in order to answer my question.
No, we're not going to do it. If there's something in this,
and I'm going to ask for fees.
Document,
I'm going
if
to
there's
ask
something in this document that you want to point him to that you need a comment on, then do it.
No, Mr. Kane. I asked him a question about this document, and I asked him to point out what is satirical, whimsical, farcical. And he said he had to read the whole document in order to do it. And you're saying he's going to have to do that on the record and waste everybody's time. And we're going to come back in a couple of weeks, whenever the court reschedules this deposition, and we'll do that.
You can do what you want. We're here to give
You know what? We're going off the record while we call the court. Off the record, Jenna.
I thought we were off the record.
I hope we've been off the record. How much time do I have left, Jenna? What's the time so far?
We're at 12:02 right now. So
okay, I think about 10 minutes of that 12:02 has been you disrupting my deposition. Charlie, do you agree to give me 10 minutes back?
No.
Okay.
I gave you 2 minutes because I had to make the statement relating to what the court said during the hearing and what you said, just to make sure that we were on the same page.
And we're off the record.
Yes.
Yes, I need to, we're at a deposition and we've had a problem. arise, and we hope that the court can address it. Case number is 2020 CV 34319. So I've asked the witness to identify. He said that there's that a document is satirical, and I've asked him to identify in the document what is satirical. And he says he has to read the entire document to do that. And I said, okay, we'll go off the record while you read that document, because it's 4-page single space. It'll take him half an hour to read it. I only have an hour to do this deposition. Opposing counsel refuses to allow me to go off. He wants me to take up my hour while his witness reads this document. Attorney for Sidney Powell, Barry Arrington. By the way, Charles, I sent this document to you last week and asked you to give it to your client. Did you do that so that he could be prepared to ask questions about it or answer questions about it?
Happy to address, if the court wants to hear this, I'll address it to her. I'm already giving you plenty of leeway beyond the court's order.
You haven't given me 1 ounce leeway. Yes.
As it relates to his interpretation of a document.
Okay, a WebEx conference at about 12:15 in 10 minutes. Okay, so on the courtroom's WebEx. Okay, so what we're going to do is adjourn the deposition, wait for the court to resolve this issue, and then we'll come back on. Okay. It's the court's just typical WebEx page, right? Okay, thank you. Bye. Okay, the court's going to have a hearing in 10 minutes at 12:15, and it's going to be on the court's WebEx page, which we've all used before, and so we're going to adjourn this deposition until the court comes back and resolves this issue.
Barry, did you want that on the record? I'm sorry.
Okay, yes. So
Okay.
back on the record, we're going to not adjourn, but recess this deposition pending the resolution of the issue about whether Mr. Kane gets to waste half an hour of my hour while his client reads this document. And so
You're mischaracterizing the situation.
I'm characterizing perfectly. And we will, the court has asked everybody to go onto its WebEx page, which is public record, at 12:15. So we will stand in recess. Off the
Barry?
record. Yeah.
Barry, I would also ask that we address the New York Times issue with the judge as well, since she's already getting me on there.
Well, I don't think that we have a dispute regarding the New York Times issue. Mr. Kane, who obviously already had the quote in hand, even though he was denying it, has specifically agreed.
Barry,
that.
look, I'm trying not to engage because this is ridiculous, but no, I didn't have it. One of my staff folks pulled it while we were talking about it so I could look at it. Why would you say that?
Well,
I didn't have it.
okay. I will take your word for that. You were not prepared.
That's not what I said.
Okay. See, everybody will re-adjourn after the hearing. Reconvene after the hearing.
Barry, forgive me, I was having a hard time hearing you. What time is the hearing?
12:15.
12:15, thanks.
So Barry, do you want me on there?
No, Jen, I don't think we need you.
Okay, that's
We'll
fine.
just, leave everybody can just mute themselves and block themselves out. And this will just, the Zoom's call will continue, just everybody will just be muted out. I don't think we have to close it down. Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Sound test. Test. I can hear you.
Recording in progress.
Jana? Jana? Can anybody hear me?
Unfortunately, I can.
Yes, Barry, we can hear you.
That was fairly unprofessional, Dr. Coomer. I can hear you, Barry.
Exactly, Blaine.
Jana? I'm gonna have to call them, I think. Okay, before we go back on the record, Dr. Coomer, are you there?
Sure am.
Okay. Mr. Kane, are you there? Mr. Kane? Mr. Scornelius?
I'm here. I'm checking on Charlie.
Okay. Steve, Steve, can you just come back on? What I was going to suggest is before we go back on the record, Dr. Coomer has said that he needs to read this document before I can ask questions about it. Why doesn't he go ahead and do that and let us know when he's done?
Sure.
Okay, so Dr. Coomer, we will, do you have that in paper format in front of you, or do you need me to put it in front of you on the screen?
It's probably best to put it on screen.
Okay, I will put it on the screen. You just let me know when you need me to scroll. None of this is on the record, Jen.
Okay, thanks.
We haven't gone back on the record yet.
Okay.
Okay, let me know when you need me to scroll.
Page down.
Recording in progress.
Page down. Page down.
Jana, while he's reading the document, can you look down on the transcript and see what the question, if there was a question on the floor before we got sidetracked, and read it back to me?
It doesn't matter because I'm going to start over.
I want to hear the question.
Page down. Page down. Well, that took less than 30 minutes, so I'm done.
All right, so Jana, what was the last question? that
And so
Mr.
I,
Aaron-
and so I get to ask the questions, Dr. Coomer, and one of the questions I'm going to ask is which of these things in there specifically are whimsical, farcical, tongue-in-cheek? And you said you needed to read the entire document before you do that.
All right. Are we, let's go back on the record. Barry, if you want to re-ask the question, that's obviously your prerogative. I wanted to see what the last one was.
Okay, back on the record, Dr. Coomer, we have exhibit P23 starting at page 9 on the screen here. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, this is we're going to call this the Antifa Manifesto for short. Is that okay?
It's a document that has that title.
Okay. Well, that's what we'll refer it to as for short.
It's an alleged manifesto.
Okay. You can characterize it if you like, but we will refer to it as the Antifa Manifesto for purposes of our discussion today. Have you read the Antifa manifesto just now, word for word?
Yes, I have.
Just a few seconds ago, correct?
Well, now we're coming up on a few minutes.
Okay. Is it fresh in your mind?
Yes, it is.
All the statements are fresh in your mind.
I couldn't recite it verbatim, but yes, I understand the gist of the article.
Okay. So which of the statements in the document are satirical? The individual statements in the article are satirical.
Okay. If you want to ask me about every individual sentence, we can do that. So I will wait for you to read each individual statement sentence, and then I will tell you whether I think it's satirical. But let's try to make this easy on everyone. I think the document in totality is a satirical document as laid out in the opening paragraphs, where it clearly states, also according to the FBI report that was released the day before,
Okay.
that Antifa,
You are now engaging in a filibuster, wasting my time. So the question that's on the table that you're not responding to is which of the statements in the article.
the document is satirical.
Hold on, object to the sidebar. The question is which of the statements, so you're going to have to go through and identify which of these paragraph or sentences or paragraphs you consider satirical, and do that for the entire document.
No, I don't have to do that, Mr. King. So I'm going to ask.
No,
Dr.
you've asked the question, so Dr. Coomer needs
Okay,
to.
are you objecting? Are you objecting? Are you just doing Wild Wild West 1980 style deposition here? Do you have an objection? If you don't, you need to be quiet, sir.
Yes,
You
you're
can't tell
asking
me
the
how to run
question.
my deposition. You absolutely cannot do that. If you have
Pose
an
your
objection,
question.
you can put it on the record. Otherwise, you need to be quiet.
Pose your
Okay.
question.
Dr. Coomer, do you remember from your perusal of this document, reading it just a few minutes ago, any specific statement that you thought was whimsical, satirical, tongue-in-cheek, farcical?
Yes.
Okay, which ones?
Okay, let's start at the top. Public statements from, in quotes, Antifa in response to the threats issued by United States President Donald Trump, I find satirical.
Okay, what's the next one?
Dear Mr. Trump, I find satirical.
Okay,
Please stop scrolling, sir. Let us be perfectly clear. Antifa isn't an organization. There's no membership, no meetings, no dues, no rules, no leaders, no structure. It is literally an idea and nothing more. I find that satirical because it's in direct contradiction of then President Trump trying to designate the organization that his own FBI said wasn't an organization as a terrorist organization. So I find those statements as satirical.
you think that statement's untrue? Do you think Antifa is an organization?
No, I don't. I think the
You think-
statement
wait,
is satirical.
okay. Do you think Antifa is an organization?
No,
Do you think that there is membership of Antifa?
no, I do not.
Do you think that Antifa has meetings?
No, not that I know of.
Do you think that people pay dues to Antifa?
Not that I know of.
Do you think people that Antifa has rules?
Not that I know of.
Do you think Antifa has leaders?
Not that I know of.
Do you think Antifa has structure?
Not that I know of.
So do you disagree with anything that statement says? What we just read? It's absolutely true, isn't it, in your opinion?
No, I didn't say it was absolutely true. To the
Okay,
best
which part
of
of it's
my
untrue?
knowledge, sir, can I
Let him
finish
finish.
can I finish my answer?
Okay. Which part of this is untrue that we just read? From
Something does
Antifa?
not have to be untrue to be satire, sir.
Okay, and you can say that later on. I'm asking you which part of Antifa isn't an organization. There's no membership, no meetings, no dues, no rules, no leaders, no structure. Which part of that is untrue?
As far as I know, my personal knowledge, none of it's untrue.
So you're, even though those statements are true, you still think they're satirical.
Do you want to keep reading the document, sir?
I've asked you a question.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there are other true statements in this document that you think are satirical, correct?
There are other statements in this document that I believe are satirical, yes.
Okay, you changed the question. There are other true statements in this document that you think are satirical, correct?
Possibly. I'd have to continue to read each individual statement, and we can do that.
Okay, so can you remember any untrue statement in this document that you just read?
Any untrue statement?
I'm not asking you to read it again. I'm asking you if you can remember it. You read it a couple minutes ago. Do you remember any untrue statements?
And I clearly said that I did not commit the entire document to memory.
I understand that as well. What I'm asking you is, do you have a specific recollection of any untrue statement in this document that you read a few minutes ago?
Yes, I believe the author, after stating that there is no membership meetings or leaders, then proclaims to be a leader, even though he is not a leader that can release a manifesto.
Let me ask you this. You don't think Antifa exists as an organization, do you?
No, I don't.
And therefore,
I've seen no evidence of that.
And therefore, in your view, it would be impossible by definition for there to be an Antifa call. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Let's move on. Okay, we're on page 2 of exhibit P18. Says Coomer watched the video in shock. Did you tell the Times reporter that you watched the video of Mr. Altman in shock?
Since that's not in quotes, I'm not sure that that's an exact quote, but I was shocked watching the video.
Coomer is adamant that he never participated in any Antifa phone call. Did you tell the Times reporter that?
Yes.
And of course, in your opinion, it's impossible to participate in an Antifa phone call because Antifa doesn't exist, correct?
I also expressly stated multiple
Sir,
times.
I've asked you a question. You can answer a different question when your counsel has his time. The question I have is, in your view, it's impossible to participate in an Antifa phone call because Antifa doesn't exist.
No, it's impossible because I was never
Recording in
on a call.
progress.
I was never on a call of Antifa.
Okay, so you're now saying that it's possible to have an Antifa call, you just weren't on it?
No, that's not what I said. I said I was never on a call with Antifa.
Which is true as a matter of definition because Antifa doesn't exist, correct? In your view?
To my personal recollection, I don't know beyond my own sphere of day-to-day life. Got it?
You don't know what?
Whether Antifa exists or not. I don't think it does because I've never come in contact with it. That's
Okay.
not the same thing as you're implying that I have somehow made a statement that is self-inflicting. I've never been on an Antifa call. Full stop.
Is it possible for you to be on an Antifa call?
I have no, me personally, no, because I'm not a member of that organization.
So it
Should
is
one
an
exist?
organization. Huh?
Not that I know of. That's why I'm not a member.
But you don't believe that it does.
According to all of the evidence that I've seen, including from the FBI under the Trump campaign, Trump presidency, they said it doesn't exist. I'll give them the credit.
Okay, so did you tell the Times reporter that before you left for work on November 10, you checked the settings on your Facebook account?
Yep.
Did you wonder whether you had been careless?
Yes.
Did you think that your privacy settings had ensured that your posts were visible only to your Facebook friends?
Yes, that's why I had them set.
So everything in this paragraph, if you can just read this paragraph.
Well, why don't you read it? You read the first part.
Okay, read this paragraph out loud, not out loud, but to yourself. and went to do the word it and tell me if it's true.
Yes, that's true.
So the Okay, did you tell the New York Times reporter that you had considered yourself a skinhead?
In the 80s, yes.
So it's true that you told the New York Times reporter that you considered yourself a skinhead at one time.
At one time, yes, in the past.
Okay.
Asked and answered.
So in 2000, did you in 2004 write a climbing board message about your struggles with heroin and cocaine
Yes.
and how much they had damaged your life?
Addiction is a horrible disease. Yep.
Did you tell the Times reporter that you were in 2004, you were on the verge of bankruptcy and had lost your marriage and ended up in prison after being charged with several counts of driving under the influence?
I was actually never in prison. I was in jail.
Other than that, you told the New York Times reporter everything that I just quoted?
Well, the ones that are in quotes, yes.
You, in fact, did file bankruptcy, correct?
Like many unfortunate Americans, yes.
So did you tell the New York Times reporter that in 2016, you were on Facebook when you came across a few posts? Well, let's stop. Read to yourself from in 2016 to linking both songs and tell me
Everything in quotes are quotes from me that I said.
So everything in article exhibit P18 that is attributed to you, you in fact told the New York Times reporter?
Everything that's in quotes are quotes from me. And that is true for the rest of the article.
Okay. Jenna, how much time have we gone?
Well, up to the last break, you had been going 35 minutes, but then there were 13 minutes off of that. So let's see what we did. Let's go back to the recess. That's on.
We go off the record.
Yes, off the record. Yeah.
We went back.
Remember, I gave him a minute.
I thought it was 2, Charlie.
I gave him 2 minutes.
have 36 minutes on the record.
Okay, we've been going for about an hour and a half. Let's keep
Oh.
it. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Just, you know, I have much less than that in my calculation.
You have much less than 36 minutes?
Our calculations are 27.
Oh, okay.
So let's go off the record, or off the record for another, so we've been going an hour and a half. Let's go take a 15-minute break. We're back on the record at, I'm talking Mountain Time, 1:10. Okay?
Sure.
Which is 15 minutes. You have 14. Which is okay too. It's close enough.
Anna, we figure out the time again. I didn't write it down. 20, what did you say? 30?
Yeah, well, I came up with 36, but Barry, I think, is coming up with 27, right, Barry?
You're muted.
Oh. Mute.
Actually, she's not muted. I can hear her fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could hear her, Charlie.
Okay, I'm muted. Say that again.
I came up with 36 minutes,
That's right.
but Barry came up with 27,
Well,
right,
you're
Barry?
Yes.
You're the official record. I've never gone off what the court reporter says.
Yep, you're the
Um,
official record, Jenna. So.
Well, and I've been through it, but it's really difficult because sometimes one person was saying, let's go off, and another person was continuing to talk. And
Okay.
so,
It's fine. Everybody ready to go back on the record?
Sure.
Okay. But Coomer, I put on your declaration, Exhibit A to your recent brief. And talks about your Facebook post. And in paragraph 19, it says, in fear for my life, in light of security professionals' assessment that threats against me were legitimate, I immediately began deleting my Facebook posts. How many Facebook posts did you delete, Dr. Coomer?
I actually don't recall.
How many Facebook posts did you have?
I do not recall.
Did you delete, going back to Exhibit 22, which we were looking at earlier? Actually, Exhibit 23. You've seen Exhibit 23 before, haven't you?
I have.
This is a series of about 80 Facebook posts.
I've never counted.
Okay. But you've seen it before and you're familiar with it?
Yeah.
And you deleted all of these Facebook posts?
Actually, I'd actually have to go back and look. I can't say that for any certainty.
So there are some Facebook posts you didn't delete.
Well, I certainly didn't delete all my Facebook posts. No.
Let's talk about a particular time frame from May of 2020 to November 11th, 2020. Are there Facebook posts that you didn't delete?
That I did not delete? Absolutely. Well, actually, maybe. I'd have to go back and look.
So you don't know how many Facebook posts you deleted?
Nope.
Okay. And so there might be a lot more Facebook posts on your Facebook from this time period of 2020 that you didn't delete.
No, that I can say without a doubt. I know that this is the sum total of Facebook posts that I had. I cannot tell you definitively which of these I deleted. None of the posts that I deleted are not contained in this filing.
Okay, so Exhibit P23 contains all of the posts that you deleted.
As well as other posts that I may not have deleted.
Okay, I see. Okay.
So sorry, I did not delete, as far as I recall, I have never deleted a Facebook post until on or around November 9th. 10th.
Did anyone at Dominion tell you to delete these Facebook posts?
No,
Did you tell as an executive Dominion that anyone should delete Facebook posts?
no,
Are you aware of a Dominion policy that provides that posts of the Dominion employees, either for or against President Trump, should be deleted?
no,
Do you believe such a policy does not exist?
such policy does not exist as far as I know. Actually, that would be illegal under Colorado statute
To do what?
to have such a policy.
I see. Okay. Your declaration goes on to say, I genuinely feared for my own safety, was trying to remove information that I understood was being misconstrued and used to falsely suggest I was somehow involved in criminal conduct. So when you were deleting these posts, whichever ones that you deleted, you understood that someone could misconstrue them as implicating you in wrongful conduct. Isn't that correct?
No,
Is that what you just said in your declaration?
no, that's slightly parsed. They were misconstruing it to set a narrative. I do not and never have believed that any of this material could be used to construe that I was involved in a criminal enterprise. No,
But do you
Never.
believe it could be misconstrued, that it could be used as evidence, misconstrued, that you were engaged in wrongful conduct?
I think it could be used to lie about it. Yes, not misconstrued, lied.
Okay, let's go back to your.
Yes, my affidavit says misconstrued. Maybe I should have had another sentence. Misconstrued and then used to lie about a criminal conspiracy.
Who
There is
suggested-
nothing in, I have never at any time felt that anything in that data, those posts, could ever be used to show criminal intent. No.
Who just suggested that you modify your answer?
Pardon me?
Who are you looking at? Who did you just look at?
I can turn my computer around. I looked at my screen, sir. I am the only person in the room that I'm in.
Is anybody communicating with you during this deposition?
Nope. My cats have meowed at me once or twice.
So you, we're looking at your declaration again. It says you understood that these Facebook posts could be misconstrued to suggest.
Falsely suggest.
You're going to have to let me ask my own questions, sir. You understood that these Facebook posts that you deleted could be misconstrued to suggest that you had been involved in wrongful conduct, didn't you understand that?
So I will repeat my answer. Misconstrued and then used to falsely suggest. So I explained that earlier in my clarification. They could be misconstrued and then used in lies. That's not the same as being misconstrued on their own.
Understood. And so this was
Okay.
evidence. This was evidence that you were worried would be misconstrued and falsely used to implicate you in wrongful conduct. So you got rid of it, right?
I got rid of it because I was getting death threats, sir.
Okay. Read the question back to him Court reporter? Listen very carefully to the question, Dr. Coomer.
So this was evidence that you were worried would be misconstrued and falsely used to implicate you in wrongful conduct, so you got rid of it, right?
I deleted the Facebook post, yes.
So I put up exhibit P19, which is a document called guest commentary. You familiar with this document?
Yeah, that's in the Denver Post.
You wrote it, right?
Yes, I did.
And it says towards the bottom, it is unconscionable that certain fringe media personalities looking to increase personal notoriety, website traffic, and ad revenue would continue to prey on the fears of the public. Did you have anyone in particular in mind when you said that?
I had multiple personalities in mind.
Which fringe media personality did you have in mind?
Off the top of my head, Max McGuire, Joel Altman, Michelle Malkin, Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, Eric Trump, Eric Metaxas, Clay Clark, Randy Corporan.
Okay, and you were aware from approximately November 9th of 2020 that they were making the Facebook posts that we just looked at in Exhibit 23 public, right?
Yes. On or about November 9th. Yeah.
And so that's what you were talking about in terms of these fringe personalities generating fear by trafficking those Facebook posts?
Nope.
Okay. And then it says, additionally, any posts on social media channels purporting to be from me have also been fabricated. So you were saying that the Facebook post that
No, I was not.
You're going to have to let me ask my questions. You can talk about what you want to say after the question is completed. Can we have that understanding, sir?
Yes, we do.
Check the sidebar.
So it says, additionally, any post on social media channels purporting to be from me have also been fabricated. So you're accusing Mr. Oatman of fabricating those Facebook posts, weren't you?
No, I was not.
I do not have a Twitter account. My favorite Facebook account is not active. You were trying to imply that you didn't have Facebook accounts, posts such as those exposed by Dr. or Mr. Oatman, weren't you?
No, I was not.
So you never had those particular Facebook posts in mind when you said that they were being fabricated?
Nope.
Okay. What social media posts did you have in mind?
So if you scroll up at the top, and can we get a date stamp on this?
No, I'm asking you a question. What social media posts did you have in mind?
Okay, so actually I'll look at the bottom. The date stamp is December 8th. On December 8th, and the week preceding December 8th, when I was writing this op-ed, there were multiple people that had fake accounts that were using my profile pictures and my name and posting things. That is exactly what I had in mind when I wrote this. At the time that this article was published, my Facebook was completely locked down. It was actually locked down before this, but that's a different question that you haven't asked.
Okay.
So that is exactly what I had in mind. Purporting is an active verb in the current context and tense of when I wrote this article.
And so
Does not speak.
Are you finished?
It does not speak to any past Facebook posts. Current.
Are you finished?
Yep.
So were these fake social media posts in the national news, as far as you knew?
I have no idea.
Okay. But you knew that the Facebook posts that Mr. Altman had produced and circulated were in the national news, right?
They were on, I saw them on his podcast and various other outlets, yes.
And you knew that they were in the national news.
I guess you'd have to define national news for me, sir.
What do you think the word national news means, Dr. Coomer? Are you unfamiliar with that term?
Again, maybe define it.
No. You have
Credible
a
news
PhD.
sources?
You have a PhD. Do you know what the phrase national news means? We could pay
I know what it's
all day
generally-
long if you want to.
I know what it's commonly conferred to
Okay,
me.
Give me your
and
definition of national news.
credible news that's carried nationally.
And so
I don't know if I would call a podcast national news.
Okay,
I
so
don't know if
you-
I would call random Twitter accounts national news, sir.
Would One American News Network, which is broadcast nationally, would that be a national news source to you? Or are you denying that One American News Network is a national news media
I
outlet?
think they have national reach, yes. And I've got to be honest, at this point, I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback. I don't know if somebody needs to mute.
Let me look at the participants.
What?
I'm seeing if someone's unmuted.
Okay.
At this point, I honestly can't say for certain that I saw the Facebook posts on something like OAN, where I had seen them, from my recollection, were mostly on Mr. Altman's podcast and random Twitter accounts, and also vitriolic emails sent directly to me threatening my life. I can't say for sure if I ever saw those specific Facebook posts on a quote unquote national media outlet.
So your testimony here today under oath is that on December 8th, 2020, you were unaware that the Facebook post marked as Exhibit P 23 were in the national news?
As I said, I cannot point to a single quote unquote national media organization that I recall posting them. I know that they were out in the digital wild.
So the answer to the question is, as far as you knew on December 8th, 2020, they were not in the national news.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so were you or were you not aware on December 8th, 2020, that the Facebook posts marked as P23 were in the national news?
I cannot recall a single media outlet that I saw those Facebook posts on.
Did you have a general awareness that those Facebook posts were in the national news?
I had a general knowledge that they were out in the digital universe.
Okay. Can you read the question back to him, Janet?
Did you have a general awareness that those Facebook posts were in the national news?
I cannot recall any national news outlet where I saw those Facebook posts.
Okay, that's the answer to a very different question than the one I asked. Could you read it again, please, Janet?
Objective form.
Let's listen very carefully to the question, Dr. Coomer.
Did you have a general awareness that those Facebook posts were in the national news?
Statements related to the Facebook post I was aware were being discussed in the national news. I do not recall whether the actual posts appeared on any national news media outlets.
And so it was important to you to address the Facebook posts that you knew were at least being referred to in the national news and rebut them on December 20th or December 8th, 2020, wasn't it?
I have never denied that I authored those posts, ever.
My question is this. It was important to you on December 8th, 2020, to go into the media and rebut
No,
what? Okay, you've got to let me finish. It was important to you on December 8th, 2020, to go into the media and rebut the idea that you had put those Facebook posts up. Isn't that correct?
no. Absolutely not. That was not the goal of this at all. I have never rebutted that I made those posts. Not once, sir. It was not the goal of that op-ed. The goal of that op-ed was to clear my name that I had no role in any alleged Antifa call, any alleged progressive action call, or any statements of trying to throw the election or doing anything of that sort. That was the express goal of that op-ed.
So I've got Exhibit 21 on the screen. It starts on Edge. It's from December 22nd, 2020. Are you familiar with this article from the Ark Valley Voice?
Yeah.
Reading from a paragraph on the second page. Later in the interview, Coomer reiterated that his Facebook account was dormant for about 3.5 years. Is that correct? Your Facebook account was dormant for about 3.5 years?
Yep.
Until the George Floyd murder. So you opened up your Facebook account in May of 2020 in response to the George Floyd murder?
Best of my recollection, yes.
At that point, he began posting here and there. He was not the author of the wild post being circulated. He doesn't even have a Twitter handle. Did you say that to the Ark Valley Voice?
No, I did not.
So you're saying that the Ark Valley Voice just made this up?
So I reviewed the interview. There's an audio video interview that accompanies this article. I reviewed that last night, and in no point did I ever make that statement that I was not the author of wild posts being circulated.
Did you imply it if you did not, if not expressly make it?
No, I reviewed the audio video. I will also point out that I believe the day after this article appeared is when we filed our original suit. And in there, I made clear statements that I did author those Facebook posts. So that would have been, that would certainly supersede any setting the record straight.
So you're saying your original complaint in this case admitted to authoring the Facebook post?
As far as I recall, I believe that that's explicit in the original. Again, I don't have everything memorized, but that's my recollection. I've certainly never denied the Facebook post. In fact, I've actually stood by them. That's in the New York Times article.
So Dr. Coomer, it's your testimony that you did not state in the Denver Post article that you were that you had not, that the Facebook posts that we've been talking about were fabricated.
That is a fair statement. Yes, I never said or implied that the Facebook posts that were clearly authored by me were fabricated.
So back on the New York Times article, it says on a paragraph on page 9, on December 8th, Coomer responded to some of the attacks in an op-ed for the Denver Post. He called out for the fringe media personalities who continue to prey on the fears of a public concerned about the safety and security of our electoral system. He also claimed that any post on social media accounts purporting to be from me have been fabricated. And yet, Coomer had written the post that Oatman had highlighted. So the Times reporter goes on to say, asked about the misleading language, Coomer concedes that his writing could have been clearer. Did you concede that your writing could have been clearer, Dr. Coomer?
It probably could have been clearer. Yeah.
And do you agree with the Times reporter that your statement in the Denver Post was misleading at best?
No, I don't.
So it's your testimony that the Facebook posts that were in the media that you knew were out there and were being talked about by people like Mr. Oatman were not what you were referring to, but certain social media posts that you cannot specifically identify were.
I'm sorry, when did I say I couldn't identify those?
Well, I asked you to identify one. What specific social media post did you refer to that was being fabricated?
I think I was pretty clear. There were multiple accounts that were using my name and profile pics, posting things.
Can you remember any specific post that you believe was fabricated?
I've got a screenshot of at least one of them. Yeah. So yes, I can remember one. Yes.
Okay. What did it say?
I think something about being a scary clown. Best of my recollection.
So do you remember any others besides the screenshot that you're looking at right now?
I'm not actually looking at a screenshot, sir.
So
That's from my recollection, but I do have screenshots. Yes.
So I thought you said you were looking at a screenshot of one of them. Is that?
No, I said I had a screenshot, sir.
I see. Okay. So the only specific social media post that you can think of right now sitting here today that you're referring to in December 8th Denver Post op-ed was that one about the scary crown.
I cannot remember the specifics of multiple posts that had my name and profile picture attached that were posted, but I do know for a fact that there were multiple.
Okay. Any others that you can think of other than the
I believe I answered your question.
Let me finish. Any others that you can think of other than the quote unquote scary clown post?
Not that I recall with specifics.
Okay. So it's your testimony that all of these Facebook posts that Mr. Oatman had made public and what you knew were out there in the digital wild and that you were being referred to in the national media were not what you were trying to assure people about, but only the ones that were not in the national news that you yourself can't even remember were what you were talking about, right?
Form.
That's actually not what I said. I don't know if these posts were out in the digital wild. I assume they were, as least as much as the other posts that were on Twitter. So
You didn't know that. Now you're just speculating, right?
no, they were on Twitter. Yes, I know that for a fact.
Were you aware that any news media organization had picked them up and ran with them?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So all these social media posts that had not been in the news were what you were talking about, and not the ones that had been in the news. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's why I use the present tense in the verb.
Okay.
Not had purported to be me, but purporting to be me. That's the present tense when this article was written.
I think it's a yes or no question. Can you read the question again, Jenna?
So all these social media posts that had not been in the news and was what you were talking about, and not the ones that had been in the news. Is that what you're saying?
Yes or no?
Again, I know that those posts were on Twitter. So when you say not in the news, I can't speak to that. But I'm speaking specifically
You
to,
just said that you didn't know whether they were in the news or not.
Oh,
now you're thinking
I'm
that
sorry,
they
you
were in
just
the news?
interrupted me now.
Okay. So it sounds like you're backtracking. All are the social media posts. Are you aware of any news organization that had picked up the social media posts that you were in fact talking about on December 8th and run with them?
Form.
No, I'm not.
Okay. But you were aware that at least some news organizations had picked up the Facebook posts that Mr. Altman had made public.
No, I said certain podcasts and Twitter accounts had. I do not recall whether the news media, national news media, as you put it, had actually posted those. I can't recall that.
But you do know that they were being talked about in podcasts, and at least Michelle Malkin had talked about them in her podcast, which had national scope.
Yes, they were used to defame me. Yes.
Object to form.
Now I'll ask the question again. You knew that journalists with national following had referred to the Facebook post that Mr. Altman had made public.
You're asking me to make a judgment on what a journalist is.
Or so you're suggesting that Ms. Malkin was not a journalist?
I'm not sure I can make that determination.
Okay. You knew she had a national following, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you knew that Ms. Malkin, who had a national following, had referred to these Facebook posts, correct?
Correct.
Form.
And yet you were unaware of any national news organization that had covered these fake social media accounts that you say that you were talking about on December 8th.
Correct.
Okay. So can you explain why you were worried about the fake social media accounts and felt like you had to explain them in the Denver Post when they hadn't been picked up by anyone talking about them, whereas you were ignoring the Facebook posts that had been picked up?
Yes, it was the death threats.
The death threats as a result of what?
Of those fake accounts.
Okay.
Some death threats included screenshots of those people. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Arrington. My wife is summoning me and I don't know why. Could we take a brief break of 5 minutes?
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. How much time has elapsed since, Jenna?
Let me look at the last starting time and
Off
I'll
the
get you
record.
that.
Okay, thank you. When we come back on the record in 5 minutes, can you let me know?
Sure.
Thank you.
Barry, I have just to ballpark it, I had you at 33 and a half minutes there, plus your 34, because I took the 2 off. So you'd be at like, we're at whatever that is, 107,
Okay, thank you.
108, somewhere in there.
I'm back. Crisis averted.
There's a Robert that's on the screen. I just wanted to be able to identify him.
It's Robert Herring.
Okay, thank you.
You ready, Jenna? Did you get your time? Was I accurate?
Yeah, yes, I get a little over an hour. Mhm.
So how much time do I have left? So, well, this 2-hour deposition, how much is remaining of the 2-hour deposition?
Okay. So as far as I know, it's 1 hour and 7 minutes.
With 53 minutes left. Okay. So Dr. Coomer.
We on the record?
Yes.
Dr. Coomer, please describe the scary clown video that you referred to, that you said you had in mind when you wrote the December 8th Denver Post piece.
I never said it was a video.
Okay. Please describe the scary clown post that you referred to when you were talking about what you had in mind with respect to the December 8th Denver Post piece.
There was a Twitter user, I believe his real name was Larry McDoo. That changed his McDoo, MCDOO. He changed his profile pic to be a photo of me from one Halloween costume. And he made several posts over many weeks under my name, purporting to be me at the time. And there were others that I, again, can't recall the details. At that time, late November, I was in great fear of my life. So I was moving around a lot and under a lot of stress. So I wasn't always good about.
You've got a narrative going that has nothing to do with the question. So let me just ask, so you're saying that the scary clown post was in fact an authentic picture of you, just being someone who was using it to impersonate you. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said. I said he was using an authentic picture of me as his profile pic and then making other posts under that.
looking at exhibit P23, page 56. This is purports to be a Facebook post made by you, Eric Coomer, on October 31, 2016. Is this in fact something that you did? Is this your post?
Yes, I've already stipulated to that, sir.
And is that a picture of you on page 56?
In Halloween makeup, yes.
Is this the scary clown photo to which you were referring that Mr. McDo had used as his Twitter handle?
Yes.
So when you say you were talking about present social media posts in December 8th, what does present mean? I mean, are you talking about, well, excuse me, were you talking about posts that were at that moment going on, or was there some time in the past that those posts had been going on?
Contemporaneous to when I wrote the article.
So immediately as the article was being written, you're only talking about those posts.
Yes.
You had no, so even a post that had gone up the day before, you didn't have in mind.
No.
We had a double negative there. So let me clarify. If a social media post had gone up the day before, it's your testimony that you did not have that social media post in mind because it wasn't contemporaneous with what you were writing at that moment. Is that correct?
That's reasonable. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's reasonable or not. I'm just asking if that's what
Well,
you meant by. Is that what you meant?
Yep.
Okay. I'm looking at a Facebook post from exhibit P23, page 72, dated July 21, 2016. Is this your Facebook post, Dr. Coomer?
Yes, it is.
I want you to read it out loud into the record, please.
Rant on is essentially what the hashtag means. Facebook Friendland open call if you are planning to vote for that autocratic, narcissistic, fascist asshat blowhard and his Christian jihadist VP pick, unfriend me now. No, I'm not joking. I'm all for reasoned political discourse and healthy debate. I'm looking at you, Jeffrey Cushing Murray, Gus Munum, Benjamin Rice. I disagree with you there on you three on many philosophical grounds, but respect your opinions. Only an absolute fucking idiot could ever vote for that windbag, fucktard, fascist, racist fuck. No bullshit. I don't give a damn if you're a friend, family, or random acquaintance. Pull the lever, mark an oval, touch a screen for that carnival barker. Unfriend me now. I have no desire whatsoever to ever interact with you. You're beyond hope, beyond reason. You're controlled by fear, reaction, and bullshit. Get your shit together. Oh, if that doesn't persuade you, fuck you. Seriously, this fucking ass clown stands against everything that makes this country awesome. You want in on that? You deserve nothing but contempt. Hashtag untrump me. I think that a hashtag might go viral. Hashtag taking a stand. End rant. No, really, unfriend me. Untrump me. You're beyond hope. Really end rant. Actually, I added the real. Edit. I put the end tag in the wrong spot. Second edit. These opinions are rational and completely my own. They are based in reason and highly credible, though they are not necessarily the thoughts of my employer. Though if not, I should probably find another job. Who wants to work for complete morons? None of my personal opinions affect my professional conduct or attitudes. I am nonpartisan. I am not, however, willing to stand by and watch this great country be, can't read those under the Bates tag, saying something, anything. Second edit, these opinions. Oh, here we go. It repeats.
From right here is where you lost.
Yep. I am not, however, willing to stand by and watch this great country be taken over by fascists without saying something, anything.
So you say that these thoughts don't necessarily reflect the thoughts of your employer. That's Dominion voting systems, correct?
At the time, yes.
Though if not, you should probably find another job. Is that what you meant to say?
I think that's what's written there, yes.
So it's your view, if the thoughts expressed in this Facebook post did not reflect the thoughts of Dominion voting systems, that you should probably find another job.
If I thought I worked for fascists, I would quit.
Jen, could you read the question, please?
So it's your view, if the thoughts expressed in this Facebook post do not reflect the thoughts of Dominion voting systems, that you should probably find another job.
Is that true?
I think I answered.
Is the statement true? That if the thoughts, it was your view on the date of this Facebook post, that if the thoughts you expressed in it were not shared by Dominion, you should get another job.
If I thought I worked for fascists, I would quit.
Okay, you've avoided the question again. I'll ask
I
you.
don't think I have.
So it's a yes or no question. Yes or no?
Yes, I don't work for fascists.
Yes or no? It was your view on the date of this Facebook post that if Dominion didn't share the thoughts you expressed, you should get another job.
Form.
I'll answer once again. Yes.
Okay.
Is that because you're
Dominion-
anti-fascist?
You at that time.
If Dominion were
that-
fascist, I would quit.
Okay. So the answer is yes. Okay. So it was your view that if Dominion did not think that only an absolute fucking idiot could ever vote for Donald Trump, you should get another job?
No, if they were fascists.
Okay. So it's now you're saying that you don't think that Dominion, let me back up. Now your testimony that you don't necessarily think you should get another job if Dominion didn't think that only an absolute fucking idiot could vote for Trump.
Form.
I clearly stated that if they were fascist, I would get another job.
No, you didn't say that at all.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you believe everything you say here in this post that we just read?
Form.
I stand by it, yes.
So it's your position sitting here today, in 2021, that only an absolute fucking idiot could ever vote for Donald Trump.
Yes,
Form.
You hate Donald Trump, don't you, sir?
I do not like him at all.
Let me ask the question again. You hate Donald Trump, don't you, sir?
I do not like him at all.
I'm going to ask it one more time. Do you or do you not hate Donald Trump?
I do not like Donald Trump, sir.
You've avoided the question. I didn't ask
No, I
you whether
haven't.
you liked. Okay, I did not ask you whether you liked him or not. I asked you whether you hated him or not. Do you or do you not hate Donald Trump?
Form.
I'm not sure I would characterize it as such. No, I do not like Donald Trump or his policies.
You dislike him intensely, don't you?
I would say it's intense.
Intense enough to be characterized as hate?
Not sure about that.
Not sure, but you may hate Donald Trump. You just don't know. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said I wasn't sure if you would characterize it as that.
So are you just going to sit here today and say you don't hate? Is it your testimony today that you don't hate Donald Trump?
Again, that's a characterization I'm not ready to agree to. I dislike Donald Trump intensely. Yes.
So you're unwilling to sit here today and say you don't hate him?
Form.
Again, hate's a different connotation.
Read the question, please, Jana. Listen very carefully to the question, sir.
So you're unwilling to sit here today and say you don't hate him.
And
Form.
don't say. Your double negatives are really confusing a lot of times.
All right, well, let me
No,
ask you this.
I would say that I don't hate him. I hate his policies and his fascist tendencies.
So you think he's an autocratic, narcissistic, fascist, asshat, blowhard, but you don't hate him.
I absolutely think all of those are true. Yes.
But you don't hate him.
Again, I wouldn't characterize it as that.
Wait, let me ask you this. Could you, do you agree that someone reading this post on page 72 of Exhibit 23 could be excused for thinking that you hate Donald Trump?
I won't speculate on that.
No, I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm asking you if
Or asking that form.
I'm asking you if a reasonable person could read in your view, could a reasonable person read what you wrote on page 72 of Exhibit P23 and come to the conclusion that you hate Donald Trump?
I am neither a psychologist nor a grammarian, so I am not qualified to say how somebody might read this.
I understand. I'm not asking you to speak as a psychologist or a grammarian. I'm asking whether you think, Dr. Coomer, whether you think that a reasonable person could read what's written on page 72 and come to the conclusion that you hate Donald Trump.
Form.
Again, not qualified to make that assessment on somebody else's reading.
I'm not asking about somebody else's reading. I'm asking about your reading.
You weren't.
Yes, I'm asking you if you believe that a reasonable person could come to the conclusion that you hate Donald Trump after reading what's on page 72.
Asked and
You're
answered.
asking whether I can get into the mind of somebody else who is not me reading this. I cannot do that.
So you're saying that someone may or may not come to the conclusion that you hate Donald Trump from reading page 72. You just can't tell.
May or may not.
Form.
That's your testimony under oath today. That
Yeah.
someone could read this and say, that guy doesn't have any problems with Donald Trump. He loves him, right?
That wasn't the question, sir.
Okay. Okay, I've put up page 4 of Exhibit P23. July 6th Facebook post. By the way, did you delete the post on page 72?
No idea. I have to go back and look.
You don't know whether you deleted that or not.
No.
Do you have specific recollection of any of the Facebook posts you deleted?
No, I'd have to go back and look.
But you deleted, do you know how many Facebook posts you deleted?
No.
It could be dozens, could be 3.
We covered this earlier. I do not recall how many I deleted. I can say with absolute fact under oath that nothing I deleted does not appear here.
So up to 80 Facebook posts you deleted. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said. I said I don't recall the number I deleted.
So we're on page 4 of Exhibit P23. Please read that into the record, starting with okay.
Okay, it was technically June, but I found out recently, and I so love a good Christmas in July. Christmas in June? I don't know. Fuck it. Good riddance, you shitbag. I'm glad you're dead. I hope it was painful, but you were probably dosed to high heaven with your own supply.
Who were you talking about?
Jonathan Sackler, the architect of the opioid crisis, one
So
of.
you were glad that Jonathan Sackler was dead and you hoped his death was painful?
As a personal sufferer of the opioid crisis,
Mr. Coomer, I asked you a question. You can
Yes.
get into your-
yeah, I was happy. Yep.
You think that the average typical corporate executive, high salaried, high ranking corporate executive in his 50s would be happy that someone died and hope they died in a great deal of pain?
I don't have to answer that question. I do have a form of objection, but I think it's harassing and irrelevant. If you want to answer it, Dr. Coomer, you can. But you don't have
One,
to.
I wasn't acting in the capacity of a high-ranking employee of a company. These were my personal statements based on my very personal experience with opiate addiction. Yeah,
Yeah, what?
I think these were reasonable statements.
That a typical high-ranking executive in his 50s might say.
That's not what I just said.
Okay, well, my question is very specific. You say in your brief that that a lot of what Mr. Altman said was absurd on its face because no high-ranking, high-compensated executive would say something like that. I'm asking about this one. Would a high-ranking, highly compensated executive say something like that?
I've seen lots of evidence of high-ranking executives from many companies doing reprehensible and illegal things. This is not illegal. So I would say the bar is very low.
So you think the typical high-ranking, high-compensated executive in his 50s would say something like what you said on page 4? The typical.
It wouldn't be out of the question. No.
No, I'm not talking about whether it's out of the question on the fringe. I'm asking if it's a typical thing for a high-ranking, highly compensated executive in his 50s to say.
Form.
So again, I can't speak to that. I think it's
Are you
reasonable
willing?
based. I think it's reasonable based on the evidence I've seen of high-ranking executive officials that have done lots of things. I actually don't know that many high-ranking executive officials in their 50s to know enough to posit an answer to that.
So it's your testimony sitting here today that you really can't speak to what's typical of high-ranking, highly compensated executives in their 50s.
No.
Okay. So let's go on with this. We've got page 17. It says, this is a May 31 Facebook post. Did you post this, sir?
Yes.
Is this one of the ones that you deleted?
Again, I'd have to cross-check. I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. It says, oi polloi, pigs for slaughter. Do you know what pigs for slaughter is referring to? Are they talking about literal pigs in your view?
They could be.
It could be. So you think that oi polloi, pigs for slaughter is about the slaughterhouse industry?
I actually don't know. It's been a while since I looked at the lyrics.
Okay. So it's your testimony sitting here under oath today that you think oi polloi might be thinking about the actual slaughter of actual pigs. Is that what your testimony under oath today is?
No, I said I didn't know without seeing the lyrics.
You're saying that it's your testimony under oath today that you have no idea whatsoever what the phrase pigs for slaughter means in this context, unless you were able to look at the actual lyrics. Is that your testimony under oath, sir?
For this song, absolutely.
Okay. So as far as you know, they could be talking about pigs in the slaughterhouse industry.
Again, I don't know. It's
Okay.
been a long
That's your
time since I
testimony.
listened to this song.
Do you recall ever hearing a song about actual pigs being slaughtered in an actual slaughterhouse?
Form objection. Good Lord.
That's highly unprofessional, Mr. Kane.
Actually, I think so. way back. And it was more of a metaphor. It's kind of like Animal Farm. I seem to recall, and again, you're going to probe me, and I do have a vague recollection of actual, and particularly some punk rock songs, mostly out of the animal rights wing of punk rock that did talk about actual slaughterhouses. Yes.
So it's your testimony on page 17 might be referring to an animal rights movement song.
I don't think so, but again,
Okay, then why did you bring that up?
you just asked me if I had any recollection of any song that talked about slaughterhouses.
Okay.
That's why I brought it up.
So it's pigs for slaughter is actually a metaphor for killing cops, isn't it?
It can be.
I'm talking about right here. You know that, don't you?
Asked and answered.
No. I get to ask the questions. You know for a certain fact, sitting here today, that page 17, when it refers to pigs for slaughters, is talking about killing actual cops, isn't it?
No, I do not. I'd have to see the lyrics. I made that explicit earlier.
Page 20 of exhibit P23 talks about dead prez, cop shot. What does dead prez mean in your view?
That's the name of a band. They've actually been on the Tonight Show.
Do you know what prez means in this context?
Actually, I don't.
Is that on page 20? Is that the one of the posts that you deleted, sir?
I do not recall. I'd have to cross-check.
Page 21 says, fuck the USA. Is that something that you stand by today, posting fuck the USA on your Facebook page?
Really? You're asking him that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Well, we're well beyond the scope. Dr. Coomer, hold on.
Yeah.
I'll object to the form. I don't even, I cannot believe that you're asking these lines of questions.
Improper speaking.
But for the sake of comedy,
Okay,
I will
speaking objections
object to
gone far enough.
form.
Okay.
You can answer it if you can.
So
I posted that song.
But with Mr. Kane's speaking objection, we lost the thread. The question here is this: do you stand by today your decision to put on your Facebook post feed a statement that says "fuck the USA"?
I stand by posting that song. Yes.
And is it your view that that is an appropriate thing for an executive in his 50s for a voting system company to say?
I posted that as a private individual on a private Facebook page.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. or Dr. Cooper, could you say that again?
Sorry. I posted that on a private Facebook page as a private individual, and I stand by my right to do that. And I would do it again today.
Okay, understood. Janet, could you read the question, please?
Is it your view that that is an appropriate thing for an executive? It is 50s for a voting system company to say.
Same objection.
An executive for a voting company in his 50s didn't put that up there.
So I thought you were an executive for a voting systems company in your 50s when you put this up here.
Well, actually, I wasn't. I was 49.
Okay.
Math is tough. But
let me
I didn't
re-ask the question. Then.
I did not.
Do you think it's appropriate for an executive who is 49 to put that up?
I think it's inappropriate for every citizen to express their political beliefs.
Do you think that the typical?
Yes. Get right down to it. Yep.
What are you affirming?
It's appropriate for anybody to put up that information, regardless of what their job is.
Okay.
God-given right, Constitution.
So you think that everything you have a right to do is also appropriate?
Form.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next one is NWA. Do you know what that acronym stands for? We're talking about page 22 of Exhibit 23, P23.
Yes, I do know what it stands for.
What does it stand for?
I'm not going to say the N word out loud, but
You can
N
say just
without.
N-word.
I'm sorry.
You can just say the N-word. So you're willing to say fuck, but not the N-word. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not a racist, so
Okay,
yeah.
there you go.
You keep interrupting me.
So what does NWA stand for?
N with attitude.
Okay. It says fuck the police. Do you think it's appropriate for an executive to put fuck the police on his Facebook page?
I don't think it's inappropriate at all.
Okay. The other question that I asked is, do you think it's appropriate for a highly ranked, highly compensated executive to put the phrase fuck the police on his Facebook page?
I don't think it's inappropriate.
It could be neutral.
Sure.
Just not inappropriate. Okay. So the question is this: is it affirmatively appropriate for an executive in your position at this time to put fuck the police on his Facebook page?
Form.
So we're going to do this on every post, and I will affirmatively say that I had every right to post this. I think it was appropriate, expressing my personal viewpoints, whether I was an executive or not.
So one of
That
your
has no bearing on it.
so one of
You're
your
going to interrupt me again.
so one of your personal viewpoints is that fuck the police is something that you want to support and post.
Form.
I want to support the ending of police murder of people of color.
And that's why you think you should say fuck the police.
Yep.
Okay. And then it says the motherfucking villain that's mad. Do you know who he's referring to there? In the lyrics?
You know, I'm not super up on NWA lyrics. They're probably talking about cops.
And do you think that cops are motherfucking villains?
In certain aspects, yes. I think one of them was just sentenced to prison for murder, which is pretty villainous.
So you're familiar with the fuck the police song? It's about killing cops, right? Shooting them.
No, I don't believe that that's the case.
Okay. You don't know. Okay.
Hey, Barry, could we take a short break?
Yes. Off the record for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
You just use 30 minutes. You
Huh?
have, you use 30 minutes.
All right.
You have 23 minutes.
Gary, you're not on mute.
So, Dr. Coomer, if I'm not mistaken, a few minutes ago, you said it was appropriate for you to put these things on your Facebook page.
Wait, time out.
What?
Are we back on the record?
I thought we were. Yeah.
Okay, can we just, I'm sorry, why don't we go off real quick? I don't want to take your time out. I came in right as you were starting your question, so off the record. So where are we at time-wise? I'll keep track so I can let you guys know.
The last segment was 30 minutes.
Okay,
Total
so we're at,
time.
I think you've got 23 minutes. We were at 107, hour and 7, then another 30 minutes, so that's 137.
Okay. Can you let me know when I have about 10 minutes left? Yeah, Jenna.
Oh, that's hard for me to do when I'm concentrating.
I'll let you know, Barry. I'll keep you up to speed.
Thank you, Charlie. All right. So just a few moments ago, I believe, Dr. Coomer, you said it was appropriate for you to put these Facebook posts up. But I'm back at Exhibit P18, and it says, he, meaning you, Coomer, he believed every word of what he said on Facebook. But when college later asked him what he was thinking, he was frank. He had screwed up. What did you mean when you said you had screwed up? What did you screw up about?
Thinking that people would understand that you can have a personal opinion and not act on that bias in a professional capacity.
Okay, so you didn't think that you had screwed up by putting these vehemently that, let me start over. You did not think that it was inappropriate for the head of security for a major voting machine firm to put on his Facebook page vehemently anti-Trump posts?
No.
Okay. That was not what you were referring to when you said you screwed up.
Not at all.
You screwed up when you just gave the American people too much credit. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said at all.
Well, I'm trying to understand.
Maybe Ms. McLaprank can read back my answer.
No, I'm trying to understand. What did you mean when you said you screwed up?
There is a segment of the population that doesn't understand and can't conceive of having an opinion that they don't act maliciously on and would gladly break the law to see their own ends. And that is not me.
So nothing in your answer just there talked about you screwing up. So tell me what you did that screwed up.
It gives fodder for crazy people that view the world as people that would gladly, let's say this, gladly use their supposed influence to do illegal things.
So
they can't imagine having an opinion and being in a position, a supposed position, which I was not in, by the way, to try to affect a free and fair election. To them, and I'm talking about your clients, to them, this is inconceivable. If they were in my position, they would use every resource to exploit that. Why? Because I made some personal statements of a personal political belief. I screwed up because I gave them fodder, because they can twist that and use it to fundraise and continue this farce. That's where I screwed up. And it's a farce.
So it says, at the very end, quoting you, I think Dominion as a company would be facing all the same things they are right now without me, Coomer said. But I was an accelerant. For lack of a better word, I was a perfect villain. What do you mean by you being a perfect villain?
I have strong personal beliefs. I've expressed those in a private setting. I think those have been used, again, in a concerted campaign of lies and misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, to pretend like there is something actually illegal going on when there isn't.
So if I follow the chain of reasoning, people see that you're vehemently anti-Trump, that you're the director of security for a voting company, that you would act on your vehement anti-Trump views to affect the election, and you gave them fodder for perpetuating that narrative. Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
Okay. What part of what I just said is wrong?
The fact that in my 16-year career in elections, I actually worked to make the vendors in general more transparent.
So you're not even talking about what I just said.
Yes, I am.
So what I just said was, if I understand what you're talking about, and you didn't talk anything about 16-year career, that you said you were the perfect villain and that you had screwed up because you had given fodder to people who could use your Facebook posts to advance the narrative that you, in your position at Dominion, had affected the election.
Okay.
Is that true? Is what I just said true? Do you need her to repeat it?
I believe.
Sir, is what I just said true?
Let's repeat it then.
Could you repeat the question, Jenna? And my question is going to be, after she repeats it, is whether what I said true. You can have some commentary later. The question is pretty simple. Is what I said true? Go ahead.
What I just said was, if I understand what you just talked about, and you didn't talk anything about a 16-year career, that you were the perfect villain and you had screwed up because you had given fodder to people who can use your Facebook posts to advance the narrative that you, in your position at Dominion, had affected the election.
Or
No.
That's what I said.
There's
true.
a key word missing there.
Go ahead. What's the key word?
Misuse. Two keywords. Three, I guess. Misuse and lie.
Okay. So to sum up, you were the perfect villain because your Facebook posts were fodder to people who you believe advanced a narrative that you use your position at Dominion to affect the election.
Advanced a false and made up narrative, defamatory narrative, lied multiple times.
So you're saying that it's false and made up.
Absolutely.
But they're saying that it's not. And you had given them product.
I guarantee the statements made about me.
Excuse me, I didn't hear, Charlie, what you said.
I said form, that's short for form objection.
I can say categorically, statements of me being on a call, affecting the election, saying that I would ever guarantee that Trump won, are categorically false, made up, and bullshit. Without a doubt. There is no evidence, and there never will be. So,
Dr. Coomer, have you ever attended a BLM Zoom meeting?
nope.
Do you know anybody who's an activist with BLM?
I can't confirm that. It's possible.
Do you know Tay Anderson?
Never met him. Never had a conversation with him. Only found out who he was once this lawsuit started.
Have you ever been on a Zoom call with someone who you later learned was Tay Anderson?
Nope. Pretty sure I made that clear in my declaration. I've never been on a Zoom call about any progressive activities whatsoever, marches, planned protests, anything related other than my job and some therapy after getting death threats from all of this crap.
Dr. Coomer, you need to answer the question that he asked you.
Do you have any idea why Mr. Altman would be searching Eric from Dominion on September 26, 2020?
We're getting well outside the scope of any of what the order is, Mr. Arrington, into general discovery. Can you try to tailor it to the order, please?
Okay.
Or to some statement, public statement that he's made, or to the deletion of his Facebooks.
Well, he's made lots of statements that Joel Altman was lying when he said he was researching Eric from Dominion on September 26th. Let me ask you this. Do you stand by your statements that you've made to the media that Joel Altman was lying when he said he was searching Eric from Dominion in September of 2020?
I've never made any such statement.
Form objection.
Do you believe he was lying when he said that he was searching Eric from Dominion in September of 2020?
I have no idea.
You don't know one way or the other whether he was searching Eric from Dominion in 2020?
I have no idea if he was, no, I have no idea if he was searching Eric Coomer or Eric from Dominion at any time. I do know that I was never on a call.
I got you at about 11 minutes left, Barry.
Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break and I'll see if there's anything else I can talk about.
Okay.
I'm ready to go back on if anybody else is. Before we go back on the record, Charlie, he has referred to the fact that he doesn't know which of the particular Facebook posts in the exhibit were deleted. Can you ask him to compare his Facebook page with that exhibit and give us a list of the ones, the page numbers that he deleted?
I'll talk to him about it if he has that information. I don't mind sharing it, but I'll see what I can do.
Dr. Coomer, do you have your Facebook post still? Or your Facebook page?
I do.
Can you access it and compare it to the exhibit?
We're still off the record, right?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
I can do that. It's going to take me a little bit of time.
Yeah, I'll work with him on that, Barry.
Can we get that before our reply briefs are due?
I'll do my best. I'm trying to deal with it in the vacuum, but I'll work with him on it, and you and I can stay in touch.
And he also referred to a number of an audio of the Ark Valley interview. Can we get that?
I think OAN produced it.
That's available publicly.
Okay. And then we've got the screenshots that you referred to today. Can we get copies of those?
Well, we don't have a request for production obligation. I'll consider the request, but I don't think we're obligated to produce it at this stage,
Okay.
at least.
Okay. Back on the record. So, Dr. Coomer, is it your position that it is impossible for you to have affected the election in your position with Dominion?
Absolutely. Impossible.
You're certain of that?
Absolutely. Hands down.
I'm at page 80 of exhibit P23. This, for some context, is a comment stream to one of your posts. Do you remember this? Starting at page 71.
I mean, it looks familiar.
Okay. So this is starting at page 71 is one of your Facebook posts.
Okay.
Correct? Yes?
Yeah. Yeah, that's mine.
And pages that follow are the comment stream to it, correct?
It appears so, yes.
On the last page, someone named Byron Watson says, "Why don't you just change their votes?" And you respond, "Because that would be illegal." Do you see that?
Yep.
Why didn't you respond? Because that would be impossible.
Because it's Facebook.
Because it's Facebook?
Yep.
So you're saying that because it's Facebook, I don't see how that context affects the answer.
This is not, Facebook is not a court of law, a actual public debate. These were private Facebook messages. It would be illegal.
It would be illegal.
It would be illegal, highly illegal.
Mhm.
So that's a fact.
That is a fact.
And it would also be impossible to do undetected. I didn't feel I needed to express that. I thought the fact that not contributing to a legal felonious act was enough.
So could you understand that someone might think, well, he says he doesn't do it just because it's illegal. I guess.
Nope.
Let me finish. He says he doesn't do it because he says it's illegal. It sounds like he could do it, but he just doesn't because it's illegal.
No, you would have to be deficient to believe that.
You would have to be deficient to believe that you could affect the election.
Yep.
Dr. Coomer, I put up exhibit P22, which is a screenshot to which you refer in your most recent court filing stated September 26, 2020. And the fifth entry in the screenshot is the one that Mr. Altman referred to in his November 13th affidavit. Do you have any idea why Joe Altman would be searching the search terms Eric Dominion, Denver, Colorado on September 26, 2020?
I have no idea.
Do you deny that Mr. Altman was searching the search terms Eric Dominion, Denver, Colorado on September 26, 2020?
He provided that in discovery, so no, I don't dispute that.
You talked about the fact that these Facebook posts were private, right?
Yes, I did.
And you had 300 friends, approximately.
Approximately.
So you think a statement made to 300 friends is a private statement?
Yes, I do.
If you were an auditorium with 300 people and you said something, would that be a private statement?
If they were people I invited to the auditorium, yes.
You say the word fuck quite a bit, don't you?
You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. That's a harassing question, so.
It's not a harassing question. It's to authenticate the documents, in which you use.
Ask him about a document. If you want him to authenticate a document, then put it in front of him and he can authenticate it.
So in the Facebook post.
Asking him, you say the word fuck a lot doesn't authenticate anything.
Okay. So in the Facebook post, you use the word fuck quite often, don't you?
Actually, I'm not sure I can answer that.
You don't know whether you use that word often?
Can you define often?
Do you want to play definition, Derby? Do you know what often means?
No, I don't. In your terms, are we talking 1%, 5%, 20%, 50%? What's often, sir?
You can define it any way you like, and
then I would say no.
You don't. So your testimony sitting here under oath today is you do not use the word fuck often.
In a Facebook post?
No, generally.
Again, I won't answer that until you define the terms.
No, I'm asking, you can define the term.
No, you define the terms. You asked the question, sir.
Sir, you understand what the English word often means?
Not in your context.
I'm not asking for in my context. I'm asking for you to use the English word often as you understand its meaning, and to tell me whether as you understand the word often, you use that word fuck a lot.
I would say I use it less than a lot of people I know. So then I would characterize it as not often.
Okay. So your testimony is you do not use the word often.
Form.
Until you define, you brought up sarcasm, you brought up dictionary.com. Can you bring up often and define that term for me, sir?
No, I'm letting you define. You define it any way you like.
Nope.
So you're refusing to answer the question? You're refusing to use your own definition of the word often to answer the question? Is that what you're going to say? Because if that's the case, just say and we'll move on.
No, you asked the question. You used the term. I don't know what your definition of the term is. So until you provide me with that definition, I can't answer the question.
It doesn't matter what my definition of the term is. I'm asking you to use your definition of the term. Let me ask you this. Do you know what the English word often means?
Frequently.
Okay. Using that definition of the word often, do you use the word fuck often?
In my understanding of frequently, no.
So you were head of security for a voting software and machine company, correct?
Product strategy and security.
So as the head of security for that company, did you think-
Product strategy and security, sir.
Okay, so you were the head of security, right?
No, I was head of product strategy and security. That's a different role.
Okay, so in that role, did you think that Facebook posts were private?
Yes,
So you did not think that anytime you put something on the internet, it's subject to being discovered?
no.
Okay. How much time do I have, Jenna?
I think Charlie's keeping track of the last 11 minutes.
Yeah, you're at 9:32, so you got a minute and a half.
So Andrea, I'm going to give that minute to you in case I didn't ask all the questions that you wanted me to ask.
1 second, Charlie.
Are we still on the record?
Yes.
Are we?
I guess let's stop off the record.
Yeah, can we take
Okay.
a break?
We don't, I mean, we literally have 60 seconds left, but
Can we take a break? We need to take a break. Let's take a break.
Somebody need to pee?
very
Yes.
very short break so we can be done. You've got a minute left on the record. You can stay on, Eric. Or you can kill your video if you want.
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, I guess we're back on the record. Is everybody ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Coomer, are you anti-fascist?
Form.
I do not like fascists. No.
So are you anti-fascist?
Yes, I am against fascist. Yes.
Again, the question is, are you anti-fascist?
I think I answered that.
So you are anti-fascist?
I am against fascist. Yes.
No, my question to you is, are you anti-fascist?
Form asked and answered.
Is that a yes? You're
I am
eating up
against
time. I'm going to go
fascist.
off the record.
No, if you're asking if I am part of Antifa, which I
No, that's
kind
not
of
my
feel like you're
question,
getting
Mr.
to that.
Coomer. Mr. Coomer, my question to you is very direct. Are you anti-fascist?
Absolutely.
And is Antifa a truncation of anti-fascist?
Form.
It's a neologism.
So you agree that Antifa is part of being an anti-fascist?
No.
So do you agree that Antifa is a truncation of anti-fascist?
No, it's a neologism.
What's your definition of neologian?
And that
You
can
know,
be your
let's
last
bring up
answer.
dictionary.com, kids.
No, that can be your, if you can define it, you've gone your minute. So try to define it, Dr. Coomer, and that's your last answer.
It's a combination of two words truncated into one.
Antifa is?
We're done. That's it. You've had your 2 hours.
Well, I think he can answer the question here.
I think we're over time.
So you're refusing to answer the question?
The court order is 2 hours, so we're done.
Well, it's funny how you act, Charlie, during a deposition, because you always go over time and, you know, eat up time.
And actually, I want to note, Mr. Kane, this is Blaine Kimry for OAN and Chanel Rion. You said you were giving 2 extra minutes. So I think those 2 extra minutes are Miss Hall's minutes.
We already.
Unless you're taking those back.
No, I didn't. I already included that, Blaine. If we want to go off the record and let Jana confirm it, then that's fine. But by my count, we're over.
Go off the record.
Charlie, I'm correct in thinking you were not going to allow him to answer any more questions, right? So I can leave.
Well, I'm giving them. I want to make sure that we're accurate. By my count, we're over now. So what I proposed is, if counsel wants to confirm that with the court reporter and she can do it, then we can do it that way. Because
Yes,
I want to be fair.
If we could know the time from the court reporter, since
Yes, please, Jana.
Oh, goodness, people.
I know, Jana. It's tough. We'll give you a minute.
Oh. Why don't you guys settle on it? I'm not sure
I've
if
got
those.
it as over 2 hours. But what was the question on the floor? And if you want them to answer, then finish the question that was on the floor, that'll be fine. If it's a compromise, then we can be done.
Thank you, thank you.
That's my offer.
I believe it was to define neologism.
What you did.
No, it wasn't actually Dr. Coomer, because you already did that and you defined it as a truncation.
Well,
could you reread the last question posed by Ms. Hall?
Thank you, Jana.
Sure. Oh, so the deponent answered it's a combination of 2 words truncated into what Ms. Hall said Antifa is, and then Charlie said we're done.
Okay, you can answer that and then we're done.
So Actually, I just looked it up. Neologism is a newly coined word or expression. The coining or use of new words.
That's not the question pending. Could you reread the question, please?
This is not your witness, Blaine. Let the council do it.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't answer the question, Charlie. He's now
Andrea.
reading something he just Googled. So Jana, please read the question to him again.
And
And
here's-
Mr. Coomer, please answer the question.
And please refer to me as Dr. Coomer.
Okay, stop. Just please, everyone. What I've said is we're over the 2 hours. What I've said is you can respond to Andrea Hull's last question and then we will be done. So if you need Jana to read that back, Dr. Coomer, to respond to that question, fine. If you can recall it, then you can respond and we'll be done.
If you can please read it back.
The deponent said it's a combination of two words truncated into what Ms. Hall said Antifa is.
So I don't know what Antifa refers to.
Thank you.
That works
We're
for
done.
us.
Thanks, Charlie. Have a good one.
Okay, can I ask, since we're off the deposition, can everybody tell me what they want?
Jana, we'll take an expedited transcript, please. And then we'll just take regular on the video. It doesn't have to be expedited for the video, but we do need the transcript from today expedited, please.
And OAN and Miss Rion would like expedited on the transcript and the video. And how quickly can we get that?
Tomorrow.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. I'll have-
I'm sorry. I don't know how this works with internet depositions, but will the video be synchronized with the transcript?
No, because it's a Zoom. So we didn't have a videographer here that would do that.
Okay, understood. That's fine. Thank you.
Mhm.
Jen, I'll have a expedited transcript as well, please. Electronic only. Thank you.
I don't need an expedite, Jana. But I'll have Scotty get in touch with you because I don't know what the order is typically.
Jana, this is Mark.
Go ahead.
Sorry, this is Margaret Bamer on behalf of Eric Metaxas. I'd like an E-Tran. I don't believe we need it expedited.
Jana, this is Eric Hallway on behalf of the Trump campaign, and I would like an expedited transcript, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jana, this is John Burns for TGP Communications and Jim Hoft. We would like an expedited transcript and video, please.
Thank you.
Jana, do you need my, this is John Burns again. Do you need my email address?
No, I have that, but thank you, John.
Cool, thank you.
And Gordon Queenan for Michelle Malkin. I don't need an expedited transcript, but I would need it by, well, you tell me. I need it by next Thursday. Is that semi-expedited?
You don't need to worry about that. You'll get it soon.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Mhm. That's we're finished then.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jana.
Thanks,
Thank
Jana.
you.
Take
Thank
care.
Thank you.
You guys.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.